电吗？有两个。 感觉不开了。
他们可能就在浪费我们电池，等你们都没有电了，我们再进来。
我先把电关掉。
Our German colleague says they get used to this as they attend more than 150 WHO presidents lists never survive. 我想吃吗？你都想吃吗？贝乐，这个什么？龙凤白油。当然呀，不能说的，龙凤三明治我能吃的。龙凤三明。侬零度会包了，可以。啥的呀？我们可能问知道的。我帮阿拉同事谈了上次那个情况，你信了是不？我想是你的委托的那个期末。就阿拉同学我跟侬伊拿了一个情况，你信了是不？我想搿种物事，不能我不晓得呀，侬搿个也没去看。侬大不了去弄个6、7块钱送回来嘛。侬帮他娘叠一叠嘛。侬讲妈，我转账给你6000，你把这个钱直接给我就完了。不用提前的。我不管，那反正我要做总要这么做的。你让他借不借的关我什么事？那不管，这个什么新年新事的什么新同事。我2个字呀，我2个字呀。不在啥呀？我跟侬是电话，侬拿地址发到侬门口，伊怎么我非常回去拿的？放心。对呀，就是你帮我去拿一下呀，可以的啦。当铺的。喂。哎，当铺的。反正行了，我回来。因为侬辣盖动，我没动呀。跟侬帮我签了好伐？帮我签了好伐？我估计可能会方便。当铺的行不行？我估计当铺要不行。就是当铺要怎么讲？我好问问侬估计侬打光我先投侬辰光，侬打辰光方便，要不就侬去签了。我想搿种物事含闪送风险太大了，你去。能到一下吗？能到一下吗？好。但是我就问侬哪个打光方便，我帮你留个辰光，或者夜到再讲可以。我想知道。
我在洗手间里看到了那个阻碍我们拍摄的保安，
然后呢？
我说你也不能尿。
你现在跟他怎么说呀？
那算性骚扰。你不是很喜欢用这个词的吗？
你这是杠精，
这是杠精。你觉得我应该不应该这么说？
挺好的。当然。
这人有病。
你在这尿尿侵犯他人隐私。Emily。 あ
各位记者朋友，欢迎参加今天的发布会。发布会前呢，有几个注意事项和大家汇报一下。首先呢，请大家把手机调成静音或者震动，或者是其他的电子设备，尽量不要开声音，以保障发布会的顺利进行。第二个呢，请大家不要在发布会现场来回走动，确保我们后台这个摄影的师傅能把这个会议的这个情况更好的特别呢是不要在中间那个过道，大家看一下，我们是左边舞台，右边舞台，中间的过道不要在中间站起来拍照，好吧？希望大家配合一下。然后呢，我看到咱们有几个电视台的这个话筒放在前台了，希望大家拿一去啊。这个是新华视频、湖北卫视，还有新一天的吧？啊，希望拿一去。然后呢，我们看这有好多记者朋友啊，可能等的比较着急，请咱们尽量往后退一点，好吧？因为这个尽量是在我们前台之后再拍照，尤其是这位记者，您的这个因为这个已经完全超标了，对吧？
Just quick let them do it. You can try. I'm not sure if it works. It used to be the Japanese movies. Yeah, sure, go. 因为我们接了他的手机的业务线。
发布会一会儿就开始，希望大家找到自己的座位，先让我坐下。好，谢谢大家的配合。
那个，我跟刘先生联系了，我们 TVO 看了，直接开了。对。Online. I'm not. If I put your mic, I got the sound back. Then I think I got it. Let me. Right now it's not.
Mic.
I turn to live.
Turn to live.
Yeah.
No. So now I can only show you.
Then just go with my phone. 什么时候直播间？这两个，一个重组，一个流量的。
Sorry.
I can hear the sound of your mic, so it should be fine.
No, I suggest you turn to Live and put it there very high. Yeah, I just did it. It should be fine. Because the control desk told me and then he won't talk to that gentleman because he put into the mic level and the I don't know how the can read. It's very high. Could apply as on my microphones. So right now I don't have the better sound. Right now it's like the FTC like you can hear some of that directly in the area. Because we share the same, I think should be fine. That's all we don't have to get it.
No,在那里是在一直就是隔着。
No. Also nothing when I put it online.
so maybe 10 hours later, maybe there won't be a chance to 10 hours later. Maybe you just need to try to find out.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家下午好！欢迎参加中国世界卫生组织新型冠状病毒溯源研究联合专家组举办的新闻发布会。我是中国国家卫生健康委员会新闻发言人米峰。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference of Joint Expert Team of China WHO SARS-CoV-2 Origin Research. This is Mi Feng, the spokesperson of China National Health Commission.
新冠肺炎疫情全球大流行以来，世界卫生组织积极推动抗击疫情国际合作。中国始终坚定支持世卫组织发挥全球抗疫领导作用。
Since COVID-19 became a global pandemic, WHO has been actively promoting the international cooperation in terms of the COVID-19 response. China has always been showing firm support to WHO in terms of unleashing the role of WHO in the leadership of the global COVID-19 response.
经双方协商一致，中国与世界卫生组织共同开展新冠病毒全球溯源研究中国部分工作。自2021年1月14日世卫组织国际专家抵达武汉以来，联合专家组从流行病学、分子学、动物与环境3方面入手，以视频会议、现场考察、座谈交流等形式开展系统研究。目前已按计划完成了在武汉的科学研究工作。
With the consensus based on two-side negotiation, China and WHO have conducted joint research of the SARS-CoV-2 global source tracing, including the China part. Since the arrival of international expert teams in Wuhan, in January the 14th, 2021, the joint expert team has been working from 3 groups, respectively the group of epidemiology, molecular research, animal and environment. The experts have been working in the forms of video conferences, on-site interviews and visits, and also discussions. They have conducted systematic and full-fledged research. They have already concluded the China part of the source tracing in Wuhan, according to the original plan.
期间，中国国家卫生健康委员会主任马晓伟先生与世卫组织总干事谭德赛博士通电话，就病毒溯源科学合作交换了意见。
During this period, Mr. Ma Xiaowei, the Minister of China National Health Commission, has been discussing and having abundant communication with Dr. Tedros, the Director General of WHO, through telephone. They have fully exchanged their ideas in terms of the scientific cooperation in the origin source tracing.
今天的发布会由联合专家组外方组长、世卫组织食品安全专家皮特·本·安布雷克先生，专家组成员、分子流行病学小组组长玛丽昂·库普曼斯女士和中方组长清华大学梁万年先生共同出席。
For today's conference, we have the participants from the joint expert team, and they are Mr. Peter Ben Mbarak from WHO's food security expert, and also Madam Marianne Koopmans, the member of the joint expert team, and also the team leader of the molecular and epidemiological research group, and also Professor Liang Wannian from Tsinghua University. He is the team leader of the Chinese team of the joint expert team.
他们将向大家介绍本次新冠病毒溯源联合研究的有关情况，并回答记者提问。发布会全程采用交传的方式，可以用中文或者英文提问。
The participants from the joint expert team are going to introduce to the public and to the press of the relevant situation of the SARS-CoV-2 origin tracing in China. And also they are going to answer your question. This press conference will have consecutive interpretation, so press can ask your question either in Chinese or in English.
首先，我们请中方组长梁万年先生介绍相关情况。
First, I would like to invite Professor Liang Wannian, the team leader from the Chinese side, to introduce the relevant achievements in this source tracing in Wuhan.
各位媒体朋友们，大家下午好。我代表联合专家组，就是中国世界卫生组织新冠肺炎溯源联合研究的专家组，简要的向大家汇报一下我们这次 溯源联合研究的关于研究的基本过程以及主要发现。那么，关于研究的一些基本结论和下一步的研究建议，等一会皮特本博士将为大家作为介绍。
Dear friends from the press, good afternoon. On behalf of the team leader from the Chinese side of the China WHO Joint Expert Team of the SARS-CoV-2 origin research, I would like to give you a brief introduction of the major research process and also the key findings of our endeavor in our recent mission. As regards for the conclusions and future recommendations and plans, these two parts will be introduced by the team leader from the WHO experts team, Dr. Peter Ben.
我们这次的联合研究是以世界卫生组织召集的 SARS 冠状病毒、新型冠状病毒全球溯源研究的中国部分。它是我们2021年1月到2月这一个阶段的主要研究，同时是基于全球和中国过去的科学家们 一些研究资料的综述和分析基础上所形成的研究报告。
This this mission in Wuhan from January the 21 from January to February 2021 are based on the original mission that is convened by WHO in terms of the global source tracing research of the SARS-CoV-2. This part is the first part, China part. And also the joint research report is based on the relevant research crystallization from the Chinese and international scientists in the past. And also the literature review of the previous research and also the analysis will be also included in this joint report.
2020年5月，第73届世界卫生大会要求世界卫生组织总干事与合作伙伴一道查明引发新冠肺炎疫情的病毒人畜共患来源及其传播给人的途径，这包括中间宿主可能发挥的作用。那么这种溯源的目的是预防动物和人类被该病毒再次感染，避免形成新的人畜共患的宿主，以及降低人畜共患疾病出现和传播的更大的风险。
In May 2020, the World Health Assembly requested the Director General of the World Health Organization to work with the partners to identify zoonotic source of SARS-CoV-2, the causative virus of COVID-19, and the route of its introduction to the human population, including the possible role of the intermediate hosts. The aim was to prevent reinfection with the virus in animals and humans and prevent the establishment of new zoonotic reservoirs, as well as to reduce further risk of emergence and transmission of zoonotic diseases.
2020年7月，世界卫生组织和中国着手开展病毒溯源研究的相关工作，商定工作任务决定，那么就是形成了有关研究范围、主要指导原则和预期的主要成果等内容。工作任务包括初期的一些短期研究，那么这个短期研究重点是为了更好地了解病毒如何引入，并在武汉市是如何传播的。世界卫生组织秘书处和中国政府共同商定成立了一个国际多学科的团队，设计、支持和开展了一系列的研究，那么以协助追踪新型冠状病毒的来源及其对人类的传播途径。联合国际团队的工作将为其他地区的溯源、全球的溯源奠定了基础。
In July 2020, WHO and China began the groundwork for the studies to identify the virus origins. The agreed terms of references, or TOR, defined the scope of the studies, the main guiding principles, and the main expected deliverables. These TORs envisage an initial phase of short-term studies to better understand how the virus might have been introduced and started to circulate in Wuhan. The WHO Secretariat and the Government of China together established an international multidisciplinary team to design, support and conduct these studies to contribute to the tracing of the origins of SARS-CoV-2 and the route of its transmission to human beings. The work of the joint international team will set the ground for origin tracing work elsewhere.
因此，全球溯源工作将不受任何地点的限制，随着证据的不断积累和科学假设的不断发展，全球溯源工作可能会在地域上也随之发生变化。研究总体结果和发现将有利于加强全球对新冠肺炎疫情及其有类似来源的新发人畜共患病的防范和有效应对。
The global origin tracing work would therefore not be bound to any location and may evolve geographically as evidence is generated and science-based hypotheses evolve. The overall results and findings would benefit improved global preparedness and response to SARS-CoV-2 and emerging zoonotic diseases of similar origin.
那么，联合国际研究团队有17名中方专家和17名来自于10个国家，就是其他的国家、世界卫生组织、世界动物卫生组织，以及全球疫情预警和反应网络合作伙伴的专家组成的联合研究团队。研究团队的研究在武汉，主要是2021年的1月14日至2月10日进行了现场的研究，为期总共是28天。
The joint international team comprised 17 Chinese experts and 17 international experts from 10 other countries. And also they represent WHO, World Organization of Animal Health, partners in the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network. The joint study team was conducted over a 28-period research from January the 14th to February 10th, 2021 in Wuhan by having a lot of on-site research.
那么，联合研究团队啊，就是分成为3个工作小组，对中国专家以及相关的研究领域，在前期的研究工作进行了回顾，并且共同的讨论。那么3个研究小组分别是流行病学小组、动物与环境溯源小组、分子流行病学和生物学溯源小组。
The team, through its 3 working groups, reviewed the progress made by Chinese experts in phase 1 studies in the areas of the following 3 parts: epidemiology, animals and environment, and the molecular epidemiology and bioinformatics.
那么，除了3个工作小组之外，我们的这个团队还听取了相关议题的一些详细介绍，那么并开展了一系列的现场访问和关键知情人的访谈。
In addition to the 3 working groups, the international team received detailed presentations on relevant topics to help inform its work and undertook a series of site visits and interviews with key informants.
那么，下面我简要的介绍一下我们联合研究的结果。第一，关于分子流行病学的溯源研究结果。
Now I would like to give you a brief introduction of the key findings in our joint mission. The first part of my introduction will be the results of the molecular epidemiological study.
由于大多数的新型冠状病毒，不是冠状病毒，大多数的新型病毒都来源于动物，因此要了解导致病毒溢出和全球传播的过程，就需要深入了解动物宿主携带的病毒多样性及其演变，动物、环境和人类之间的相互作用，以及形成有效人传人的相关因素。
As most emergent viruses originate from animals, understanding the process that may lead to a spillover and global spread requires a deep analysis of both the diversity and evolution of viruses in an animal reservoir, the interactions between animals, their environment and humans, and the factors contributing to the efficient human-to-human transmission.
一般来说，能导致全球大流行的病毒一定是具备了高度适应人类环境的这种特征。这种适应可能是偶然获得的，也可能是通过多个步骤 逐渐演变的，而且每个步骤都得益于自然的选择。
Generally speaking, a virus causing a global pandemic must be highly adaptive to human environments. Such adaptation may occur suddenly or may have evolved through multiple steps, with each step driven by natural selection.
因此，我们将新型冠状病毒的溯源工作重点放在了2个阶段。第一阶段是及病毒在发生人畜共患转移前的动物宿主，它是如何循环的。在这一进化过程当中，各种动物物种理论上说都可能成为保存宿主。
The search for the origins of SARS-CoV-2, therefore, needs to focus on 2 phases. The first phase involves viral circulation in animal hosts before zoonotic transfer. During this evolutionary process, various animal species may serve as reservoir hosts.
那么，新冠病毒的祖先株可能在其循环的过程当中获得了感染人类的能力。我们发现，与新冠病毒序列高度同源的病毒表明，新冠病毒可能源于人畜共患的传播，但其储存宿主有待进一步明确。
Progenitor strains of the SARS-CoV-2 may have acquired an increased ability to infect humans during their circulation. The discovery of viral sequences with high homology to SARS-CoV-2 suggests that SARS-CoV-2 may have originated from zoonotic transmission, but the reservoir hosts remain to be identified.
那么，第2阶段主要是研究发生人畜共患转移以后，新冠病毒在人传染过程当中的演变，这种动物到人的溢出的可能性，随着动物和人的接触的频率增加而增加。如果宿主中的病毒基因需要进一步适应，以实现有效的传播，那么这种溢出现象可能就会要反复的发生。这种的早期溢出可能不会被发现，一旦具有大流行潜能的病毒发生了演化即外溢，也就是溢出，就会使其扩散，而导致大量具有适应性变异的病毒在不同地域的人群中出现，引发大流行。
The second phase involved evolution of SARS-CoV-2 during its spread in human populations following zoonotic transfer. The likelihood of animal-human spillover increases with increased frequency intensity of animal and human contact. Spillovers may be occurring repeatedly if the genomic of the virus in the reservoir require further adaptation for efficient onward transmission. Such early spillovers may go undetected. Once viruses with pandemic potential evolve or spill over, this would enable their spread, resulting in substantial clusters of viruses with adaptive mutations in different geographical human populations, and hence causing the pandemic of COVID-19.
那么，迄今的一些研究证据表明，在蝙蝠和穿山甲中发现了与新冠病毒关系最密切的冠状病毒。样本病毒与冠状病毒的基因序列具有相似性，而且比较高的相似性，提示上述哺乳动物可能是导致新冠病毒肺炎，也就是新冠肺炎疫情这种病毒的是一种宿主。然而到目前为止，从这2种物种中发现的病毒与新冠病毒的相似度都不足以使其成为新冠病毒的直接祖先。
Evidence from surveys and targeted studies so far have shown that coronaviruses most highly related to SARS-CoV-2 are to be found in bats and pangolins, suggesting these mammals may be the reservoir of the virus that causes COVID-19. On the basis of high similarity in sequences between the sampled viruses and SARS-CoV-2. However, the viruses identified so far from neither of these species are sufficiently similar to SARS-CoV-2 to serve as direct progenitor of the SARS-CoV-2.
除了这些发现，水貂和猫对新冠病毒的高度易感性也表明，可能还有其他动物物种是潜在的宿主，比如说幼科和猫科类的动物，包括其他物种。那么将序列数据库中的数据与潜在宿主动物调查中的数据进行比较后，我们可以发现，这些可能的宿主物种的采用，也就是说在研究上还是有缺陷的，也是不足的。
In addition to these findings, the high susceptibility of mink and cats to SARS-CoV-2 suggests that there may be additional species of animals, for example, those belonging to mustelid or feline family, as well as other species that act as potential reservoir. Comparison of the data from sequence databases with those from surveys of potential reservoir species show that these possible reservoirs are massively undersampled, or this research is not adequate enough.
那么，专家团队审查了通过中国国家生物信息中心在其包含所有可用的冠状病毒序列和原数据的综合数据库中所收集到的数据。
The joint team reviewed the data collected through China National Center for Bioinformation in their integrated database, containing all the available coronavirus sequences and metadata.
那么，对于在中国武汉所发现的病例，将其数据与流行病学的背景相联系后，选择了12月，就是2020年12月31号前发病的病例。那么分析研究结果显示，在暴露于华南市场的这个病例中，有几例病例的病毒基因组是相同的，这说明这些病例可能是母革聚集性病例群的一部分。
For the cases detected in Wuhan, China, data was linked with the epidemiological background to select samples from cases with illness onset before December 31st. The final analysis showed that several of the cases with exposure to Huanan market had identical virus genomes, suggesting these can be part of a cluster.
但数据也显示，武汉市大流行初期就已经存在了一定的病毒多样性，说明在华南市场群以外，还有未采样的传播链这种可能。从生肉暴露或毛皮动物暴露的流行病学参数来看，没有显示出明显的病例聚集现象。
However, the sequence data also show that some diversity of viruses was already present in the early phase of the pandemic in Wuhan, suggesting unsampled chains of transmission beyond the Huanan market cluster. There was no obvious clustering by the epidemiological parameters of raw meat exposure or exposure to fur animals.
那么，通过一些文献回顾，审查了已经发表的研究的文献中，来表明新冠病毒早期循环的一些数据。我们对不同国家的一些数据的研究发现，新冠病毒的循环可能比最初发现病例的时间早了几周，部分疑似 阳性样本的检测时间，甚至呢是要早于这个一些相关的首发病例的报告，这也提示不排除一些地区存在着漏诊的情况。
Finally, according to the relevant literature review concerning the research on the data, it suggests that early circulation of SARS-CoV-2 from unpublished studies was also a very important part of our review. These studies from different countries suggest that SARS-CoV-2 circulation preceding the initial detection of cases by several weeks. Some of the suspected positive samples were detected even earlier than the first case reported. This indicates the possibility of the missed reported circulation in other regions.
那么这些所谓的漏诊是和这个疾病和病毒的特征是有紧密关联的。这是我们通过全球的一些相关数据的分析，所得出来的一个基本的判断。
So this kind of omission of report of the cases or the underreporting of those kind of cases are highly related to the disease course and also the symptoms of those illness. So this is a basic judgment that we can achieve after the review of the global data and the relevant literature of the global research community.
关于流行病学溯源的一些结果，那么流感样疾病和严重急性呼吸道疾病监测，并结合适当的实验室确认，是衡量流感和其他呼吸道病毒对人群影响的标准的一些措施。为了确定新冠肺炎致病体在爆发前几个月对发病率可能产生的影响，研究团队对武汉的母医院类流感样病人的成人少年监测数据和湖北省母医院SARI监测数据进行了回顾。这个 SARI 就是严重急性呼吸道疾病的一个简称，进行了回顾。研究结果显示，2019年的下半年，武汉市未出现未被识别的一定规模的新冠肺炎病毒的循环。
The second part of my introduction will be the source tracing work conducted by the epidemiological group. Surveillance of influenza-like illness, or ILI, and severe acute respiratory illness, SARI, with appropriate laboratory confirmation is a standard measure of the impact of influenza and other respiratory viruses in the community to determine the possible impact of mobility or the causative agent of COVID-19 in the month before the outbreak of COVID-19. Adult sentinel surveillance data from ILI from one hospital in Wuhan and SARI surveillance data from provincial hospital in Hubei province was reviewed. The full name for SARI is severe acute respiratory illness. The findings indicated that there is no substantial unrecognized circulation of SARS-CoV-2 in Wuhan during the latter part of 2019.
通过保存的实验室样本和其他资源的早期溯源工作，在对武汉市、湖北省其他地区及其他省份各医院保存的2019年下半年约4500余份的研究项目标本进行回顾性的检测，也未发现新型冠状病毒的存在。
In retrospective testing of a convenient subset of stored samples of more than 4,500 research project samples from the second half of 2019 stored at various hospitals in Wuhan, the rest of Hubei province and other provinces, no SARS-CoV-2 was identified.
对零售药店的退热药 感冒药和咳嗽药购买量进行分析，未能提供新冠病毒早期社会活动的有用信息。
Analysis of retail pharmacy for the purchase of the antipyretics, cold and cough medications have also been conducted, and it did not provide a useful indicator of early community SARS-CoV-2 activity.
2019年的7到12月期间，武汉市和湖北省除武汉外的其他城市全死因和肺炎死亡监测数据未见死亡趋势出现意外波动的证据。
And also during the period of July to December 2019, we have conducted review of the surveillance data on all-cause mortality and pneumonia-specific mortality from Wuhan city and the rest of the Hubei province. It produced little evidence of substantial unexpected fluctuations in mortality that might suggest the occurrence of the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2.
不能提示2019年12月份以前发生了新冠肺炎在人群中的传播，无足够的证据来确定2019年12月前武汉市就有 SARS 病毒的传播。
There is no indication of the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 in the population in the period before December 2019. There is not enough evidence either to determine whether SARS-CoV-2 infection had spread in Wuhan before December 2019.
那么我们对武汉市233家医疗机构2019年10月1号至12月10号因4种疾病或者症状，这4种的疾病或症状包括发热、急性呼吸道疾病、流感样疾病和不明原因肺炎，因这4种之一的症状或者疾病到医疗机构就诊的患者共7万多份病例进行了认真的搜索。
We have also conducted research among 233 health institutions in Wuhan by searching the records of 76,000 episodes presenting one of the 4 conditions, respectively fever, acute respiratory illness, influenza-like illness, and or unspecified pneumonia in the period of October the 1st to December the 10th, 2019.
那么同时呢，采集了一些病例的病人的血样，进行相关的抗体检测，结果就为阴性。随后呢，又组织多学科的专家进行认真的研判排查，没有发现符合新冠肺炎病例的病例存在。
We have also reviewed the testing of the blood obtained from the relevant data bank and also test the antibodies in the blood samples. All were negative. And also, it was followed by the multidisciplinary clinical review of those cases, which determined that none were compatible with SARS-CoV-2 infection.
那么对2019年12月份疫情爆发前2个月内，武汉市其他潜在的病例进行回顾性搜数，也未发现有新冠病毒感染病例发生的证据。结合其他的监测数据，上述2个月内，武汉市发生新冠病毒肺炎感染，它的规模的可能性不大。
Retrospective search for potential earlier cases in Wuhan in the 2-month period prior to the outbreak in December 2019 has not revealed clear evidence of the occurrence of the clinical cases of the SARS-CoV-2 infection. Based on analysis of this and other surveillance data, it is considered unlikely that any substantial transmission of SARS-CoV-2 infection was occurring in Wuhan during those 2 months.
那么，在2019年的12月，武汉市人群中发生了一定规模的新冠肺炎的感染传播，大多数的报告日期是在12月的下半个月。那么，许多的早期病例与华南海鲜市场有关，就提示该市场可能是一个病毒传播的爆发点，是爆发点之一。我说，但在同一时期，传播也可能在武汉其他地方发生。
Substantial transmission of SARS-CoV-2 infection occurred in the population of Wuhan in December 2019, with most cases reported in the second half of that month. Many early reported cases were associated with Huanan market, indicating that it was one of the focus of the transmission. Nevertheless, transmission was also occurring elsewhere in Wuhan at the same time.
那么根据目前的资料，我们还无法确定新冠病毒是如何传入华南海鲜市场的。2019年12月，武汉市可能发生了感染的传播。这些
It is not possible on the basis of the current epidemiological information to determine how the SARS-CoV-2 was introduced into the Huanan market. Substantial transmission of SARS-CoV-2 infection occurred among the population of Wuhan in December 2019.
那么鉴于部分的早期病例与华南海鲜市场有关，也有部分病例与其他市场有关，还有部分病例与任何的一个市场都没有关系，所以我们初步的判定，华南海鲜市场很可能是一个病毒传播的爆发点，但同时，武汉其他地方似乎也有可能存在着传播现象。根据目前的资料，无法来判定这个病毒是如何引入华南市场或其他市场的。
While some of the early cases had an association with the Huanan seafood market, others were associated with other markets, and other cases have no market association at all. It is likely that Huanan seafood market acted as a focus for transmission of the virus. But there are also transmission appearing to have the occurrence elsewhere in Wuhan at the same time. This is our basic judgment. It is not possible on the basis of the current information to determine how SARS-CoV-2 was introduced into the Huanan market.
关于动物和环境的溯源研究的情况，那么人们在不同的动物中发现了在系统发生上与新冠病毒相关的一些冠状病毒，包括菊头蝠和穿山甲。然而，在湖北省采取的蝙蝠样本并未发现新冠病毒相关病毒的一些证据。中国各地的野生动物的采样至今也未发现新冠病毒的存在。
The third part of my introduction will be the research of the animal environment group, the third group of our joint mission. Coronaviruses that phylogenetically relate to SARS-CoV-2 have been identified in different animals, including horseshoe bats and pangolins. Sampling of bats in Hubei province, however, has failed to identify evidence of SARS-CoV-2 related viruses. And sampling of wildlife in different places in China has so far failed to identify the presence of SARS-CoV-2.
在华南市场关闭后的环境取样显示，这个环境中 普遍有新冠病毒的污染，是提示符合这个市场可通过感染者被污染的冷链产品、动物和动物制品引入病毒的这些情况的可能存在。
Environmental sampling in Huanan Market from right at the point of its closing revealed widespread contamination of surfaces with SARS-CoV-2, compatible with introduction of the virus through infected people or contaminated cold chain products, animals and animal products.
我们在这次研究中，市场上所采集的动物样本均未检出阳性结果，冷链产品我们还未进行相关的检测。
According to this research, all the samples related to the animal products or animals were all negative. For the cold chain products and relevant testing, the research is on the ongoing stage.
新冠病毒可在冷冻食品、包装和冷链产品的条件下存活。中国最近爆发的疫情中的指示病例与冷链有关，那么这就表明病毒不仅在低温下可以长期存活，而且在冰箱温度下也可以存活，说明病毒传播的能力以及它对传播的作用在低温潮湿的环境下的研究是需要进一步的加强。
SARS-CoV-2 can persist in conditions found in frozen food, packaging and cold chain products. In-depth cases in recent outbreaks in China have been linked to the cold chain. Studies have shown that the virus can survive for a long time, not only at low temperatures, but also at refrigerator temperature, indicating that it can be carried long distance on cold chain products. So further research of the virus in terms of its persistence in the low environment and also in the damp environment where the humidity is relatively high will be the further research.
华南市场有大量的摊位出售冷链产品，但目前我们还不清楚该市场的最初确诊病例跟销售冷链产品的摊位有何对应的关系，这都需要进一步的研究。
In Huanan Market, a substantial number of stores sell cold chain products, but it is unclear how well the initial cases in people associated with the market can be mapping or corresponded to the stores that sell these products. We need further research in this area.
我就把这个研究的主要的一些发现给大家简要的介绍，谢谢。
So this is my introduction of our major findings of the 3 groups of the joint mission.
好，谢谢梁万年先生。下面我们有请皮特先生做介绍。
Thank you, Professor Liang Wannian. Now I would like to invite Dr. Peter to give an introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Mifang and Professor Wannian for the introduction and for presenting our findings and also how we have conducted our work.
感谢米峰先生以及万年教授给我们进行了简要的介绍，并且介绍了我们在工作当中的初步发现以及我们怎么样开展的工作。
I'm here this afternoon with Marion Koopmans from the Erasmus Center in the Netherlands. She's one of the member of the international team that came here a month ago, together with colleagues from WHO and OIE. And she'll represent here the entire team who unfortunately cannot sit with us in the room. And we will share a question later on together.
今天下午呢，跟我一起坐在主席台上的是马瑞尔·库普曼斯教授，他是伊拉斯木大学医学院病毒学系的教授，他是我们国际团队的成员之一。那么我们这个团队呢，也包括来自世卫组织以及世界动物卫生组织等等相关机构的这个专家。我们这个团队1个月之前到达了中国，开展了相关的工作。很遗憾，就是我们的团队呢没有办法今天一起跟我们在这个新闻发布会的房间里，但是我们1个月来一直一起开展合作。
And I would like to start by thanking you, you who are here in the room today, and those joining us remotely. We have followed many of you in the past few weeks, and I would like to salute those who we have seen every day following us on cold days for long hours in the rain and bad weather, and really we thank you for following us. It has provided us with constant reminding of the importance of this work and the focus that the whole world is putting on this work. So thank you for following us.
我也要感谢在现场以及在线参加今天发布会的朋友们，那么也是要向大家表示致敬，因为在过去的一段时间里面，我知道大家都非常的关注我们的工作，包括常常要加班在这里关注我们的一些这个活动，而且呢有的时候天气也不好，比如说下雨啊，你们也都一直在跟随着我们，那么你们跟随在我们身后，时刻提醒着我们开展的工作是多么的重要，是有很多人关注的。
And the international team would like to recognize the impact of the epidemic on Wuhan, on the city of Wuhan, from the individuals affected, the communities affected, both from the governments, the officials, the scientists and the health workers in particular who fought the disease last year. And here in particular, thank and commend the engagement of my colleague, Professor Wanyan, who spent several months here last year on the front line. Thank you for that, Professor Wanyan.
我们这个国际团队呢，是想了解武汉的疫情对所产生的影响，包括从个人、从社区、从政府官员、科学家以及医务工作者的角度去看一看这个疫情所产生的影响。那么还有在这里我要感谢万年教授在过去的几个月里面一直跟我们进行合作，谢谢。
So you have heard the many findings that we have detected out of our studies and work in the past few weeks, and they will be detailed, of course, in the report of this mission that will be released later on. I would like to concentrate on some of our key conclusions from these findings, and we came here with two goals, two objectives. One was to try to get a better understanding of what happened at the beginning of the event in December 2019. This was the starting point for our work, but also the starting point of the initial outbreak. So we focused on trying to understand what happened during that period and try to see if that period had a previous history. Could we move the history of the start of the outbreak further down the line in earlier weeks of 2019. And then, in parallel, we also embarked on trying to understand how it happened. How did the virus emerge and at some point jumped and was introduced in the human population. So these were the two broad, large objective we had, and all our studies and work and discussion and visits were trying to get better understanding of these two pictures.
通过我们的研究呢，已经有了一些初步的发现，具体的详细的内容会在后面我们的一些报告当中体现。那么这里想给大家介绍一些我们主要的发现。我们此行其实主要有2个目的，第一个呢就是想了解2019年12月份的时候到底武汉发生了什么，因为武汉也是是疫情的起点，也是我们此次工作的一个起点。我们是希望了解在那个时间段内武汉到底发生了什么，是不是可以通过找到的相关的线索，能够进一步的去追踪疫情的这个起始的时间，看是不是可以把它追溯到19年疫情爆发之前的几个星期。那么第2个目的呢，就是想了解到疫情是怎么样发生的，病毒是怎么样出现的，怎么样传入人类的，这是我们这是我们要实现的2个目标，所以我们的一些实地考察、一些讨论还有研究，主要是围绕着这2个问题开展的。
So in terms of understanding what happened in the early days in December 2019, did we change dramatically the picture we had beforehand? I don't think so. Did we improve our understanding? Did we add details to that story? Absolutely. And you heard some of the key findings from Professor Wang Yan on this picture.
那么我们此行是希望能够了解2019年12月初期的疫情初期的时候一些情况。那么如果你要问我们此行是不是改变了整个的对于疫情的了解，当然不是，但是我们此行确实是加深了对于一些细节、对于一些具体的情况的了解和认识。当然刚才万年教授也给大家介绍了我们研究的一些主要发现。
In trying to understand the picture of December 2019, we embarked on a very detailed and profound search for other cases that may have been missed, cases early on in 2019. And you heard the detail from Professor Wang Yan, and the conclusion was that we did not find evidence of large outbreaks that could be related to cases of COVID-19 prior to December 19 in Wuhan or elsewhere.
那么我们对当时2019年12月份的情况呢有了进一步的了解，我们开展了就一些细节呢进行了相关的一些讨论以及深入的分析。那么我们发现在2019年的时候，2019年12月份没有证据表明有跟新冠就是在我们发现新冠病毒疫情之前有大规模的相关的爆发。
We can also agree that we have found evidence of a wider circulation of the virus in December. It was not just only a cluster outbreak in the Huanan market, but the virus was also circulated outside of the markets.
那我们也发现在2019年的12月份有证据表明2019年的12月份已经有这个病毒的广泛的传播，因为有一些聚集性病例是在华南市场的，有一些不是在华南市场。
And the picture we see is a very classical picture of the start of an emerging outbreak, where we start with few sporadic cases early on in the months of December, and then we start to see small outbreaks where the disease starts to spread in clusters, and we have seen, among others, that happening in the Huanan market.
那么这样的一个情况呢，是比较典型的疫情爆发的这样的情况。一开始在12月初的时候，可能是有少期的病例，然后呢会出现聚集型的病例，包括在华南市场以及其他的地方。
And these early clusters are usually, and also in this case, the way one detects the first cases, the first sign of this emerging disease, and that's what happened during the months of December 2019.
那么一般呢，是因为有了这样聚集型的病例，才是给我们传递了一个讯号，就是有了这样的一个疫情的爆发。这个时间是2019年的12月份。
And when mapping all the initial cases over time throughout December, combining that with location and mapping of some of them in the markets, in different parts of the market, and combining that with genetic sequences and genetic information from some of these cases, we could see that picture becoming more and more clear of a spread within the market and spread outside the market. Initially very few cases, and then more and more cases as we moved into January 2020.
那么我们也把12月份的病例的相关的发病时间以及地点进行联系起来，绘制了这样的一个地图，然后我们会发现，当然同时还结合它的有一些的基因测序的相关的信息，这个图景呢，就当时的情况呢就越来越清楚了，就是在华南海鲜市场以及其他华南海鲜市场以外的一些地方，首先是发生了少数的这个病例，然后呢，才到了2020年的1月份，有了一个大规模的爆发，发现了更多的病例。
And the data and the information we got from the very large amount of looking retrospectively through different studies of mortality data, of surveillance disease data, etc., and also reanalyzing a large number of the initial genetic sequences identified in the early days of the event and early January. All these data fit perfectly and very well in comforting us in the picture I just described.
我们也收集了大量的信息和数据，进行了回顾性的研究，包括死亡率的数据、疾病监测数据，并且对早期1月份的一些基因序列进行了再次的分析。这些证据都表明当时是发生了我刚才描述的那样的一个情况。
Then we embarked on trying to better understand how the virus was introduced in Wuhan and where it came from.
然后我们就开始希望更多的来了解这个病毒是怎么样引入武汉的，是来自哪里的。
All the work that has been done on the virus and trying to identify its origin continue to point towards a natural reservoir of this virus and similar viruses in bat population.
我们也就这个病毒呢，也开展了相关的一些研究工作，希望能够找到它的源头。那么相关的一些证据表明，它是来自自然宿主，在蝙蝠身上呢找到了非常相似的病毒。
But since Wuhan is not a city or an environment close to these bat environments, a direct jump from bats to the city of Wuhan is not very likely, and therefore we have tried to find what other animal species were introduced and moving in and out of the city that could have potentially introduced or contributed to introduce the virus, in particular in the Huanan market.
但是武汉呢，并不是在蝙蝠的这样的就蝙蝠比较多的这样的一个环境，或者说不是离这个环境比较近，所以不太可能是在武汉直接发生由蝙蝠传人。但是在武汉呢，也有一些其他的动物，也可能是通过其他的动物来这个病毒呢才引入进人类。那么也许是跟华南市场有关。
The market was dealing primarily with frozen product, in particular frozen animal product, and mainly seafood. But there were also vendors selling products from domesticated wildlife, farmed wild animals and their products.
华南海鲜市场呢，主要是售卖冷冻的动物产品，也有一些海鲜。当然，华南海鲜市场里面有一些商贩也售卖养殖的野生动物的产品。
So the joint team in their studies have identified the vendors who were trading these type of products, identified the suppliers of these vendors, identified the farms from where these products were coming from, and they were coming from different parts of the country, and some of the products were also imported products, of course. So there is the potential to continue to follow this lead and further look at the supply chain and the animals that were supplied to the market in frozen and other processed and semi-processed form or raw form.
对，联合团队是售卖这些产品的一些商贩，以及这些商贩的上游的供货商，还有养殖场，并有些产品呢是来自全国各地的，有些呢还有是进口的产品。所以未来呢，我们可能要进一步的去追踪，在供应链上呢开展一些研究。
There was also a large amount of testing for the coronavirus responsible for COVID-19 in many different animal species throughout the country in large number of samples of both domestic animals, farmed animals, wild animals in many different provinces. And through these studies, it has not been possible to pinpoint any animal species as a potential reservoir for this disease, and they indicate that currently and also back in 2019, it doesn't look like there was wide circulation of the virus in any animal species in the country.
也对于具体的一些动物的物种进行了新冠病毒的抽样和检测，包括一些养殖场的动物、一些一些野生动物等等。那么从现在来看呢，现在的证据来看呢，现在以及2019年没有新冠病毒没有在这个中国的动物中有广泛传播。
So the search for the possible route of introduction of the virus through different animal species and the specific reservoir are still work in progress. So what we did after looking at our findings and combining the information that we could extract from this finding, and we then sat down and told ourselves, okay, the next step is let's look at the future. What are these conclusions telling us, and how are we going to move forward in our search for the start of the story? So we look at all the possible pathways for the introduction of the virus into the human population. And you will have the details in the report, but it's basically a very simple illustration of different pathways coming from wild animals into different environments where human and animals and products can interact.
我们也进行了具体的希望呢能够搜寻到从不同的物种通过不同的路径来引入人类的这样的机制，还想希望呢能够了解这个病毒它的一些触主或者宿主是哪些动物。那么基于我们现在的一些主要的发现，我们也列出了下一步的一些计划或者是建议，也就是未来我们要开展怎样的工作能够帮助我们回答这些问题。我们在考虑病毒传入人类或者病毒引入人类可能会遵循哪些路径。最终的这个报告当中呢，会对这个问题是有详细的描述。这里呢，我给大家展示了一个图，我们是用图示的方式给大家展示出病毒引入人类的不同的路径，包括野生动物可能通过环境、通过人、通过中间宿主来引入。
out of that exercise, we then identified 4 main hypotheses or group of hypotheses on how the virus could have been introduced in the human population. And we decided to take that approach to really cover all the possible pathways initially without any value and without any assessment or judgment, but purely to make sure that we would cover all the possible pathway for the introduction of the virus in the human population.
然后呢，我们就形成了关于病毒引入人类的4个假说。那么我们是希望呢，能把所有可能的可能这个路径列出来，先不设任何的预判或者判断，把可能的路径先都列出来。
Once we identify these 4 key hypotheses, we also did a literature search to make sure that we would not have missed some valuable options that others could have come up with. And then we sat down and went through these different hypotheses one by one and assessed their likelihood by putting forward arguments for and arguments against such hypotheses, and then assessing the likelihood of each of them in a systematic way, in a rational way, using scientific arguments, and combining all the information that we had collectively collected in the past 4 weeks, and also, of course, using an extensive search of the literature for useful scientific arguments.
我们在列出了这4个假说之后呢，又开展了进一步的研究，来确保我们把所有的可能性都穷尽了，而不会落下一些其他的可能性。那么在列出了这个假说之后呢，我们就坐下来一个一个假说的去研究，看看它有多大的发生的可能性。那么在这个过程当中，我们是列出了支持这种假说和反对这种假说的论据，然后进行评估。在这个过程中，我们遵循的是系统性的理性的方式，运用的科学的论据，基于我们现有的已经收集的大量的信息，这些信息包括过去4周里面我们收集的一些信息和数据，也包括我们进行了大量的文献的阅读和这个综述。
So the 4 main hypotheses that we identified and evaluated are first a direct zoonotic spillover, that is a direct transmission from an animal reservoir or an animal species into the human population. So a direct jump from an animal to a human.
我们列出了这4个假说如下：第一呢是直接的宿主的直接的这个自然宿主的溢出，也就是说这个病毒直接从动物传人。
The second hypothesis was through the introduction of the virus through an intermediary host species, meaning another animal species potentially closer to humans, where the virus can potentially adapt or circulate and then again jump to humans.
第2个假说呢是通过中间宿主而将病毒引入了人类，也就是说这个病毒呢是先感染了离人距离比较近的一种动物，在这种动物中呢传播，然后感染了人。
The third one was the food chain, in particular, meaning the potential for food, frozen product in particular, acting as a surface for the transmission of the virus into the human population and or a food-related route of transmission.
第3种假说呢是通过食物链，也就是通过食物，特别是冷冻的食物。那么这样的食物呢，作为一个引入或者是人感染病毒的一个界面，或者是造成了跟食物相关的这样的病毒感染。
And the last one was the possibility of a laboratory-related incident.
最后一个假说呢是实验室事故。
As I said, we took a systematic approach to look at all these hypotheses, putting arguments for and against, and assessing the likelihood using a standardized set of parameters. And each of them was then used to help us prioritize future research in a useful direction to help us continue our way forward into a better understanding the virus origin.
刚才我也讲到，我们是运用系统性的方式对这4种假说进行了评估，看了它的支持它的一些论据以及反对的论据，然后通过标准化的参数来评估每一种假说它的可能性。那么根据评估的结果呢，可以帮助我们去制定下一步的研究计划，看看在下一步哪些方面的研究是更为重要的。
Our initial findings suggest that the introduction through an intermediary host species is the most likely pathways and one that will require more studies and more specific targeted research.
在我们的发现中，我们觉得通过中间宿主引入病毒通过中间宿主引入人类是最可能的一种路径，因此这就要求我们未来应该在这方面开展更多的研究，更具体的、更有针对性的研究。
Similarly, and connected to this hypothesis is also the one including the possibility of transmission through the trade of frozen cold chain products.
同样，通过冷冻的这个产品感染病毒，或者是病毒引入人类，这也是非常可能的。
And there we are making the difference between the introduction of the virus into the human population and the possibility of the circulation of the virus through long distance and through different settings, or the introduction of the virus into a particular setting, like a market, for example.
然后在这个假说当中，我们还进行了区分，一个是病毒传入人类，或者说病毒引入人类；第二种呢是这个病毒通过长距离的运输在某一种场景下进行传播，比如说在市场。
Then the hypothesis of a direct spillover from an original animal source into the human population is also a possible pathway and is also generating recommendation for future studies.
当然，直接由这个动物传人这种路径呢，也是可能的，也需要我们未来进行进一步的研究。
However, the findings suggest that the laboratory incident hypothesis is extremely unlikely and to explain the introduction of the virus into the human population, and therefore is not a hypothesis that will implies to suggest future studies into our work to support our future work into the understanding of the origin of the virus.
那么，关于由于实验室的事故引起的这个病毒，这种假说，我们觉得是极为不可能的。所以在未来的溯源的相关工作当中，我们不会就这方面开展工作。
So this discussion on the different hypotheses and how they will help us direct our future studies was extremely helpful. And we have been able to then develop a series of recommendations for future studies, future work, in line with the plan we had outlined last July in the terms of reference for how we would go about understanding the origin of the virus and what type of sequence in the studies that would be needed was developed. So the plan we developed in July 2020 is still valid. It has been extremely helpful in guiding our work, and the recommendations we are making at the end of these missions are in line with that approach.
我们关于假说的一些讨论，可以帮助我们对未来的研究提出相关的建议。那么这些研究，关于未来的研究，我们提出这些建议是和7月份我们形成的任务大纲以及相关的计划是一致的，是相符的。在7月份的任务大纲当中，我们也明确了怎么样来开展工作，了解病毒的源头，以及各项工作应该以什么样的顺序来开展。我想我们这一次的工作提出的建议是以2020年7月份我们制定的那份计划为指导的。
So we have identified and will propose in our report a large number of valuable recommendations and ideas for future studies, but here I would just mention some of the key studies and key recommendations we are making.
在我们的报告当中提出了大量的关于未来研究的一些建议，在这里呢，今天我会给大家介绍一下一些关键的未来的研究建议。
One of them is to expand existing integrated databases that connect epidemiological, clinical, and molecular data on cases in particular, and extremely useful as well, genetic sequences. So all that information can be accessible and connected through integrated databases, and that should be done at the global level to facilitate the analysis and connection of data coming from different parts of the world in helping us understanding better and connecting better all the data and information that comes from many of these research projects.
第一个建议呢，就是我们要扩大统一的数据库，包括分子、临床以及流行病学的相关的数据。那么这个数据库应该是全球性的，还要包括相关的基因序列的这个数据。这样的话，使我们能够更好地将全球的数据联系起来。
And that will, of course, also include data from animal surveys, from environmental surveys, and enable us to integrate all this information and make the best use of many of our studies.
当然，这个数据库还应该包括关于动物监测以及环境监测的相关信息，帮助我们未来更好地开展研究工作。
In our search to still try to identify earlier cases because that will help us better understand the start of the event. We would recommend to continue some of the good work that has been initiated in looking for material that can be analyzed that is still available from that time. A lot of this material has been already looked at, and we heard the many studies that have been conducted over the past weeks and months. But we have identified potential new sources of valuable material that could be analyzed and help us perhaps move forward in that direction. One of them, just to give an example, is blood samples from blood banks, and not only here in Wuhan and other cities and provinces of interest, but also use that material elsewhere where there are initial reports and indication that perhaps the virus was also present in individuals in other places and other countries. And that kind of study would help get a better picture of the initial days of the event, potentially if some of them turn back positive. So we have to continue our search for material that can be analyzed and give us clues on what happened in the early days of the event.
第二个建议就是我们要继续的去发现 可能的早期的病例。那么我们已经开展了相关的一些工作，找一找当时的一些这个检验的材料，在过去的几周或者是几个月里面，我们已经开展了相关的对于一些材料的这个检测。未来呢，还需要搜寻更多的这样的材料来了解当时的早期的一些情况。可以给大家举一个例子，比如说这个血库的这个血样，我们可以来进行检测，看一看是不是能有一些发现。不光是在武汉，还有在其他省份、其他城市以及早期的其他地方，这个关于早期的这个病例的搜索工作，都可以通过不同的方式来寻找其他的这个材料。
We should also explore new approaches and new ways of exploring and reinforcing the use of serological tests in some of the material that have already been tested. And here we're talking about tests that allow us to look in old sample for traces of the presence of the virus at that time. And there we need new approaches and new ways of doing that.
还有呢，就是我们要采用新的方式来开展血清学的检测。有一些对于已经检测过的材料呢，如果有可能，也在再一次的进行血清学的检测。
And of course, we can continue exploring the potential that the early cases have, even if memory fades, if people are less present and accessible, and if clinical material is also less and less available, there is still value with targeted in-depth studies of some of these cases can potentially yield more useful information. But a lot has already been done in trying to extract all the information that we could extract from these early cases in December 2019.
还有就是对于2019年12月份的早期病例的研究，我们也可以再深入一些。比如说，可能有一些困难，比如说可能已经不记得了，或者是有些病例不太好找，或者现有的一些材料比较的少。但是在这方面，我们还是应该有更聚焦的关于早期病例方面的研究，以便我们可以获得更多的信息和线索。
And for the studies to better explore the hypothesis that an intermediate animal species or an original animal species was involved in the introduction. Here we need to conduct more surveys into certain animal species that could be the reservoir or act as a reservoir, and of course including more sampling and more studies of bat population, not only in China, because already a lot has been tested in terms of bats in China, but we know that some of the similar species found in China are also found in neighboring countries, in the sub-region and in other parts of the world. And there is an under survey because not much has been done in many of these countries in terms of surveying bats, and there we may have some interesting studies as well.
那么关于动物物种的可能的动物物种，我们也要开展相关的我们也要开展相关的研究，比如说在进行更多的调查，看一看有哪些物种可能会成为病毒的宿主。这也举一个例子，比如说我们可以对于蝙蝠进行更多的采样和检测。那么不光是在中国了，因为中国在这方面已经开展了大量的工作，有一些蝙蝠的物种不只是在中国，在中国的邻国以及世界上其他的国家也是有的。那么在这些很多地方呢，在这方面的研究和采样是不足的，所以未来我们也可以在这方面开展研究。
We also have to do much more into understanding the possible role of the cold chain, frozen products, in the introduction of the virus and over a distance. We know that the virus can persist and survive on conditions that are found in these cold and frozen environments. But we don't really understand if the virus can then transmit to humans and under which conditions this could happen. It would be interesting to explore if a frozen wild animal that was infected could be a potential vehicle for the introduction of the virus or other viruses into market environments where we know that the temperature, the humidity, the environments could be conducive to a rapid spread of the virus in such environments. So a lot of work needs to be done to better understand these interesting pathways.
还有我们要进一步的了解冷链以及冷冻食品在这个过程当中所发挥的作用。我们都知道，在冷冻的这个条件下，病毒是可以存活一段时间的。但是究竟在什么样的条件下会实现病毒对于人的病毒会感染人？还有就是，比如说感染了病毒的冷冻的食品是通过什么样？通过一定的载体污染了环境，比如说像市场这样的环境，湿度和温度可能都会有助于病毒的传播。在这方面，我们要开展更多的工作，来了解具体的情况。
We should also look further back in tracing the source of the products and the source of the animal products in particular that were in Huanan market in December 19, and go back and see if we can find products that were produced at that time and that are still available, to also look at the suppliers to these vendors in the market, see if we can go further back in terms of identify interesting clues in the farming environments, in the species being raised in these farms and where they were potentially coming from before that. So that's another areas worth exploring.
还有就是我们要追踪一些动物产品的来源，尤其是这个2019年12月份华南海鲜市场售卖的一些动物产品的来源。那么要调查一下这些动物产品现在还有没有留样，或者有没有样品保存。从以这个为基础呢，再追寻到上游的市场的一些商贩以及上游的一些供应商，看看是不是在这样的调查当中能够发现一些线索，了解在养殖场的相关的环境，以及是不是有病毒，以及这个养殖场附近是不是有可能的病毒的来源。
What was important for us when we developed our hypothesis was to make sure that they were not geographically bound, because since the beginning we have taken an open approach in terms of not limiting ourselves in this manner. One of the clear reasons is that a possible pass from whatever original animal species all the way through the Huanan market could have taken a very long and convoluted path involving also movements across borders, travels, etc., before arriving in the Huanan market. And therefore, it's also very interesting to follow up on every one of these clues and preliminary reports and indications that perhaps here and there in other places in the world there were individuals who were infected, and try to follow up on these and connect again the dots, connect the different pieces of information to try to get a better understanding of this whole picture. And again, not limiting ourselves to any preconceived ideas and just following all the leads, following the science, following well-designed and conducted studies.
我想说的是，这些假说呢是没有地理限制的。我们从一开始就是秉承着比较开放的这样的方法，因为病毒的传入，病毒从动物传入到人， 一直甚至到华南海鲜市场疫情的爆发，可能经历了很长时间，也可能是有长距离的这样的移动，包括跨境的这样的这个活动。所以说，我们是需要了解各个方面的一些线索，以及我们初步的发现，不局限于某一地，而是要关注世界各地相关的受到影响的人。那么把这些收集到的一些各类的这个信息能够聚集在一块儿，会帮助我们更好的来了解当时的情况。我们是需要以科学的方式来开展这项工作。
Apologize for these two lengthy introductions, but we feel it was necessary to present you with a clear picture of all the work that we have conducted in the past 4 weeks and before, and trying to give you a picture of all our findings and conclusions. And I will now give the floor back to Dr. Mifeng. Thank you.
非常抱歉，可能我的介绍有一点长，但是我是希望通过我的介绍能够清楚地给大家展示我们在过去的4周里面所开展的工作，以及我们通过这4周的工作所得到的一些发现。那么下面我把话筒交回给主持人。
好，谢谢。刚才2位组长介绍了本次联合研究报告的主要内容，下面请各位记者举手提问。提问之前，请先通报所代表的新闻机构。另外，为了给更多的记者朋友提问的机会，希望每位记者提1个问题。好，请举手提问。
Thank you, Dr. Peter. Just now we have listen to the introduction from the team leaders from both sides. They have been introducing the major content and highlights of the joint report. Now we would like to take your questions. Before you raise your question, please introduce yourself by telling us which news agency you are with, in order to provide more chances to different journalists. 1 question from 1 journalist, please. Thank you. Now we are glad to take your question.
好，第1个问题，我们来请左侧区第4排第3位男记者。
Hello there. My name is Josh Horwitz. I'm a reporter with Thomson Reuters in Shanghai. I'd like to see if we could drill down with a bit more specificity about the likelihood for these hypotheses that were presented. So I want to know if it's possible for each of the 3 of us actually give a percentage of the likelihood to which we think that the virus either originated from wildlife and subsequently transitioned to a human, or through some form of frozen food.
好，请翻译一下问题。
你好，我想问，刚才您讲到了不同的这个假说的不同的可能性，能不能给我们一个能跟我们介绍一下这个可能性，比如更加量化的可能性，比如从野生动物传人是有%多少的可能性，从冷冻的通过冷链的食品或者冷冻的食物传人，这个是有多大的可能性？
好，请问您是哪个新闻机构？
Which agency are you with?
我是来自 Thomson 路透上海分社。
好，谢谢。我们
Thank you for your question.
请 Peter 先生来回答这个问题。谢谢。
Dr. Peter, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will ask Marian to try to give you an answer.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is a very tough question. So what we really did is develop the figure that was shown to help structure our thinking, but be systematic about it. So what that does is it lists from literature, from studies, where there's evidence for or against, and where there's uncertainty, and that is what we then have used to assess what do we think is more or less likely. I think going into exact percentages is really overstating what can be done. It's really developed to help us structure our thinking, also structure the discussions somewhat, because these are very complex questions, and there's many different potential routes that you can think of, and that's the key use of it. So we've gone as far as broad categories, most likely, less likely. And that's how I think for the time being we will use this. What we also discussed is that whenever new information becomes available, and that could be any time because there's ongoing studies in different parts of the world, we can take this again and say, okay, with this new information, does our assessment of these different entry pathways change?
这是一个很难回答的问题。我们刚才也展示了这个图片，实际上这个图呢是为了能够帮助我们系统性的来思考各种可能性、各种假说。那么我们也是基于文献、基于我们的研究还有收集的证据，列出了支持每一个假说的证据、论据，以及反对每一个假说的论据，然后呢来进行评估。很难去具体的来表述是多少的可能性，因为这样的一个方式、这样的一个图，只是帮助我们去构建起我们的对于这个问题的思考，也是帮助我们引导我们的这个讨论。这是一个非常复杂的问题。那么我们现在呢，主要是有一个宽泛的这样的一个分类，比如说最不可能、可能一直到最可能。那么如果说未来，因为现在世界各地还有很多相关的一些研究，如果这些研究给我们提供了新的信息，我们可以再回到这样的一个图，根据我们现有的新的信息，再对我们的这个判断做出更新。
And maybe a last point is in our complete report we will list all the elements that were used in that assessment. So the literature, the studies, all the aspects that we included to make that assessment.
在我们的完整的报告当中呢，我们会详细的列出我们考虑的，就是评估它的可能性考虑的各种因素，包括我们参考的文献、开展的研究，以及在做出这个判断时考虑到的各个不同的因素。
好，看看请梁万年组长有什么补充的意见。
I would like to invite Professor Liang Wannian to offer additional comment.
我就补充一点，我是赞同马瑞博士的这种解释，因为详细的一些方法和相关的证据也都会在以后的报告当中来提供。我的一个深刻的感受，因为这项工作是相当困难的，但是必须要做一些几种可能性的评估。我们的这种评估是用科学的方法，是专家的团队的力量，是基于现有证据的一种评估。这种评估虽说没有完全定量，但是我们采取也不是完全的定性，它是一个半定量的方法。刚才马瑞博士说了，我们分成了5个等级来进行了逐一的判定形成的。谢谢。
I applaud the view offered by Dr. Mariam, and actually there will be more detailed introduction of the methodologies and more abundant evidence that are going to be demonstrated in the 5th joint report and also in the future recommendations and suggestions for the research orientations. And actually, one of the deepest impressions for me is that, as regards for the question you were asking, it requires a lot of daunting and demanding endeavor. We have tried our best to provide an evaluation of the possible hypotheses and also other kinds of the possibilities in a scientific way by unleashing the joint wisdoms from the experts of the two sides based on the existing available evidence. This is the teamwork. And also, we have not using the whole quantitative nor the whole qualitative method either, as it was introduced by Dr. Mariam, and we were using the semi-quantitative method to conduct the relevant research. We have a stratification of 5 levels, and to match each evaluation of different kinds of the possibility to put them into different matrices to have a comprehensive consideration and evaluation.
好，请继续提问。
Next question, please.
好，我们请右侧区第1排最靠边这位女记者。
谢谢，我是中央广播电视总台CGTN 记者。我的问题是，华南海鲜市场是否是武汉新冠疫情爆发的源头？华南海鲜市场疫情的感染来源可能是什么？是什么将病毒引入了华南海鲜市场？以及华南海鲜市场在武汉疫情早期究竟发挥了怎样的作用？谢谢。
好，请翻译一下问题。
With CGTV, I have one question related to Huanan Seafood Market. Is Huanan Seafood Market the source of the COVID-19 epidemic in Wuhan? What are the possible infection sources of the cases related to Huanan Seafood Market? How was the virus introduced to Huanan Seafood Market? And what are those kind of possible early transmission routes? Is Huanan Seafood Market the earliest outbreak source of the Wuhan epidemic?
好，我们先请皮特先生回答这个问题。
Dr. Peter, over to you.
Thank you for some very well thought and detailed questions. These are exactly the same questions we have ourselves, so you should join us next time on the team. We don't know the exact role of the Huanan markets. We know that there was spread among people who were and lived and worked and visited the Huanan market throughout December. How it was introduced and spread within the market is still unknown. We have a map, and we have mapped over time the spread of the virus among the earlier cases who were linked to the market. So we have a picture of where the cases worked, for example, in the market. We have also genetic sequences for some of these cases that we can use to help us to understand this picture. And all that tells us that there was a spread among people in the Huanan markets in December, and therefore the market probably was a setting where that kind of spread could happen easily. But it's not the whole story. And we know that there was also spread among individuals who were not linked to this market. They were linked to other markets. They had no link to markets. So the picture is not clear in that respect. And for the introduction part, it's part of the discussion we're having and the work we are planning ahead of us through this hypothesis evaluation is to understand how it was introduced. And as of today, we are still working with the hypothesis that it could have been introduced by a person who was infected and then spread it to other person in the market. And that could be one of the traders, it could be a visitor, but it could also be through the introduction of a product. One of, as I mentioned, among the more interesting products were frozen farmed wild animals, and some of these species are known species susceptible to this kind of viruses. So these are providing clues and providing direction for the next round of studies. We have a lot of good material now to further explore many of these avenues, and hopefully some of them will provide us with a good direction afterwards.
谢谢您提出的非常具体的问题。您提的这些问题，实际上我们之前也一直在问我们自己，所以下次也欢迎您加入我们的团队。那么关于您提的问题，实际上我们并不是清楚的知道华南海鲜市场具体它发挥了什么样的作用，我们只知道在2019年的12月份。去过华南海鲜市场的人，以及一些在华南海鲜市场工作的人，这个当中呢是有病毒的传播的。但是病毒究竟是怎样引入市场的，是怎么样在市场传播的，这个现在我们还不知道。那么我们也是画了相关的一个病例的这个跟市场有关的病例的这个地图，包括有些病例是在华南海鲜市场的哪一个地方工作，那么还有呢就是有一些病例我们是有基因序列的，所有的 这些证据都告诉我们，在2019年的12月份，在华南海鲜市场是出现了在人群当中的病毒的传播。而且呢，基于华南海鲜市场的这样一个环境，这个病毒传播相对来讲是容易的，但这只是一部分的故事，这个故事还并不完整，因为在我们的早期病例当中，有些人是跟华南海鲜市场没有关系的，可能有些人是跟其他的市场有关系，暴露于其他的市场，或者有些人根本就没有去过市场。关于病毒是怎么引入的这个问题，之前我们也讨论过，也形成过各种的，也考虑过各种的假说，比如说可能是由感染病毒的这个人引入到了市场，那么这个感染了病毒的人可能是访客，或者是在市场工作的商贩，也可能是污染的或者是已经感染了病毒的产品，把病毒引入了海鲜市场。比如说在海鲜市场有很多的冷冻的养殖的动物的产品，有些动物我们也知道是对于新冠病毒是易感的，我们是希望能够搜寻到各种证据，为我们未来的这种研究呢指明方向。我们现在呢我们手里有很多，现在呢我们得到很多的这个材料，希望能够帮助我们进一步的了解相关的传播路径，未来开展更好的研究工作。
In terms of time and place, what we know is that some of the first cases that could be linked to the market were detected or had their onset of symptoms in the first 2 weeks of December, and that indicating that they were probably infected around the start of December or late November. But we can't go into more details with the information we have looked at and that we have studied in detail. Thank you.
那么关于时间的问题，我们看了关于跟市场有关的这个早期病例，有一些的发病时间呢是12月份的前2周，以此推测很可能对市场这个病毒的引入是在11月底或者12月初，我们还要收集更多的相关证据。
好，看看梁万年组长有什么补充的意见。
Any additional comment from Professor Liang?
我补充一点，就是根据我们现在所共同研究的这种结果来看，华南海鲜市场可能不是最早发生疫情的这个地方，所以不能够说它就是疫情的首发的一个点。刚才 Peter 博士也做了一些介绍，比如说我们现在这个所发现的断裂最早的病例是12月8号。那么华南海鲜市场最早确诊的病例是12月12号，所以12月8号的这个病例实际上是和华南海鲜市场现在的流调来看是没有关系的，所以这一点呢，我想要说一下。第二点呢，就是我们为什么把华南海鲜市场能够最早的关注到它，因为早期我们根本不知道这种病是什么样的自然史和状况，可能就是发现它有比较聚集性的一种肺炎的出现，所以就着重对华南海鲜市场进行了调查。那么早期的以肺炎这个为主的症状为主的这种可疑的病例调查，你就会发现大部分是有华南市场的暴露史的。但是后来我们到有检测能力、检测手段，我们对这个疾病的认识更进一步的深入的时候，我们进行回顾性调查，那么发现在确诊的病人当中，就有一部分他就没有华南海鲜市场的暴露史。所以这几个综合起来呢，就是刚才Peter博士所说的那样，我们现在不能断定它就是最早的。可能它的来源，我们的那个3条从动物直接从动物通过中间宿主到人，以及我们的冷链系统，这一块的传播还有待进一步的研究。谢谢。
I would like to offer additional comment. First, according to the current research conclusion, it was also introduced by Dr. Peter. The onset date of the earliest case in this joint research was in December the 8th, 2019. And also, the earliest confirmed case that has association with Huanan Seafood Market was December the 12th. And actually, according to our research from the epidemiological group, the case with the onset date on December the 8th and actually have no relationship or association either with Huanan Seafood Market. The second point I would like to explain is that why do we have attached so much importance to Huanan Market in terms of the consideration whether Huanan Market is one of the earliest places of the outbreak or even the source of the outbreak? Because at the beginning, we have very limited knowledge concerning the properties and features and the etiology of the virus and the disease as well. And at the beginning, we detected this kind of pneumonia-like disease and actually can occur on the cluster base. So that is why we focus our early research in Huanan Market and relevant cases that have association with Huanan Seafood Market. For the earlier cases with the suspected pneumonia or the PUE, pneumonia of unknown etiology, and actually in the research of those early cases, a large number or a high proportion of those early cases had association or have market exposure history with Huanan Seafood Market. But later, when there have been better and much improved testing capacity and also with the improvement and development with different kinds of the testing tools or test kits, we have greatly increased our understanding of the virus. So when we conduct the retrospective study related to the early cases, in the earlier confirmed cases, majority of those earlier confirmed cases actually did not have any market exposure history with Huanan Seafood Market. It was also mentioned by Dr. Peter previously. And actually, we have also conducted the relevant research of the possible introduction of the virus transmission of the Huanan Seafood Market from the several possible introduction pathway, either directly from animal to any intermediate hosts, or from the cold chain transmission or introduction. So we are having full exploration of these kind of possible introduction pathways, and this will be also a highlight of the future research.
好，请继续提问。
Next question, please.
好，我们请右侧去第5排第4位男记者 ，yes。
Tom Cheshire, Sky News. Of the 4 hypotheses, the only one you decisively rejected was the laboratory incident. Can you explain the evidence or the reasoning for discarding that hypothesis?
你好 ，Scones。您刚才讲到了4个假说，那么其中讲到了实验室的这个假说是不可能的，能不能给我们解释一下为什么觉得这个假说是不可能的？
好，我们请 Peter 先生。
Dr. Peter, thank you.
Thank you. And we evaluated this hypothesis in the same way we evaluated the other hypothesis with the method described by Marian. So we looked at what are the arguments for and against such a hypothesis. So in short, you will see in the report the more detailed evaluation of this hypothesis. But in short, it's about, yes, accidents do happen. Unfortunately, we have many examples from many countries in the world of past accidents. So, of course, this is not impossible. It happens once in a while. We also, in terms of arguments against, look at the fact that nowhere previously was this particular virus researched or identified or known. There have been no publication no reports of this virus or another virus extremely linked or closely linked to this being worked with in any other laboratory in the world. We were also discussing with the managers and the staff of many of the relevant laboratories in the region, and looking and discussing with them these hypotheses as well, and hearing from them how their staff health monitoring program, how their audits program, for example, are conducted, and what these revealed in the past months and years. We also looked, for example, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology BSL-4 level laboratory and the state of that laboratory, and it was very unlikely that anything could escape from such a place. And we also know that when lab accidents happen, they are of course extremely rare. If you look at the history of lab accidents, these are extremely rare events. So this is not the first thing that happened or would happen on a regular basis. So many of these evaluation and arguments were put for and against, and helped us take a rational approach to assessing the likelihood of such an event happening. And of course, as I said, in terms, we look both at the arguments against, but also the arguments for, to make sure that we were not biased in our approach. And again, in terms of arguments for, the fact that, as I said, past accidents have happened all over the world. There was, of course, the fact that some of these laboratories were in the city of Wuhan, and of course all these arguments were put forth and against each other in helping us making these assessments.
就像刚才 Maria 讲的，我们在评估各个假说的时候，会列出支持这一项假说以及反对这样的假说的这个论据。那么，然后呢，根据这些论据和证据再进行评估。关于实验室的假说，当然有支持我们列出来的支持实验室泄露这个假说的证据，就是在过去我们会看到，在世界有些地方。实验室这个泄漏病毒或者实验室事故是时有发生的。但是我们还有一些支持反对这样的一个假说的一些证据，比如说到目前为止还没有在这个疫情发生之前没有对于这个这样的一个病毒的研究，至少是没有公开发表这样的研究，然后也没有那个时候已经发表的这些研究当中呢，没有跟它比较接近的这个病毒。那么此外呢，我们还跟相关实验室的管理人员以及工作人员进行了讨论，也跟他们讨论了这样的一个假说，并且询问了他们是如何开展相关的研究工作，怎么样去进行比如定期的，比如说每个月、每个季度、每一年，怎么样去定期的来进行检查、来进行总结。此外，我们去武汉病毒所也参观了它的 P4 实验室，看到了相关这个实验室的相关的状态。我们觉得病毒不可能从那个实验室不可能从那个实验室泄露。还有就像刚才我们讲到的，我们列出了这样的支持这个假说的证据以及反对这个假说的证据，以此为基础来进行理性的分析、综合平衡，来判断它的这个假说的可能性。这样做是为了尽量的能够排除掉或者消除一些偏移，所以我们是基于这样的一些证据做出了判断。
For us, it was important to develop a system to evaluate all these hypotheses where we could take a rational approach and look at facts and evidence in a rational way and try to move away from the situation that has been around for the past year, where all of us and many people around the world have all come up with their personal views and feelings. We wanted to move away from I think this is it this way, or I believe it is this way, and try to move away from that and put rational and facts on the table that everybody can then look in a systematic way. We felt that that was a much more useful approach than to put personal views, feelings, etc., or looking at only half of the arguments. Thank you.
我们是在评估这些假说的时候，是采取了系统性的方式，用理性的方法来进行分析，看一看我们现在现有的一些证据以及数据，而并不能像这个1年以来，世界上可能有些人会在其中掺杂一些个人的感情，或者是个人的一些主观判断，比如说我觉得是这样，我认为是这样。我们是希望用事实说话，能够在事实的基础上进行判断，而不是出于自己的主观的感受和臆断。
梁万年先生有什么补充
Professor Liang.
我是赞同皮特博士的这种说明的，因为对于实验室的这个极不可能的这个结论的出现，我们专家组是经过认真的讨论，是作为非常严肃认真的来做出的这个结论。其实实验室的这个途径不外乎2条，一个是人工合成，第二个就可能是泄露。人工合成的问题早已被科学家们所证实是不可能的。泄露的问题，一个基本的问题就是说，比如说以我们武汉为例，实验室当中根本就没有新型冠状病毒，它谈何泄露呢？所以再加上我们严格的一些管理措施，加上其他的一些证据，这个会要展示，所以极不可能的结论。我们以为根据现在我们的认识和判断，是这样做出的。谢谢。
I agree with the answer offered by Dr. Peter. The hypothesis of lab leak is put into the matrix of extremely unlikely as a conclusion of the research outcome of the joint expert team. On the basis of a serious discussion and very diligent research, we have reached the extremely unlikely conclusion. As regards for the hypothesis of lab leak, there are 2 possible pathways if there was one. First, the virus was engineered by humans, but this hypothesis has already been refuted by the whole scientific community around the world. Second, there may be a leak of the virus from the lab. But in terms of the leaking of the virus, it should be leaking of an existing or known virus. However, in all the laboratories in Wuhan, there is no existing virus of SARS-CoV-2. If there is no existence of this virus, there will be no way that this virus would be leaked. So, in addition, in all the laboratories in Wuhan, including WIV, they uphold a very stringent and high-quality management system. And also proceeding from the current evidence, we regard the lab leak hypothesis is extremely unlikely. Thank you.
好，谢谢，请继续提问。
Next question, please.
好，我们来请右侧区第3排第4位女记者。
湖北广播电视台记者提问：新冠肺炎疫情在武汉已经过去了9个多月的时间了，那么请问专家组是如何对疫情早期进行追根溯源的工作的呢？谢谢。
From Hubei Broadcast and TV Network, I Wuhan. How do the joint expert team members conduct this kind of source tracing, including the identification of the early cases? Thank you.
好，请皮特先生来回答这个问题。
So maybe I can start. So what was done was a series of studies. So of course there were reports of known cases from later December, and there was a series of studies to try and find if there was evidence for earlier circulation. And that was done by a systematic analysis that is in the report of different registrations. One is a registration that lists the number of people with fever, with respiratory symptoms in a wider region. That was looked at to see if there was evidence for earlier increase in the number of people with flu-like symptoms, for instance. That was seen in December, but not before that. The same was done looking at mortality in mortality statistics, and we've seen in other countries that is a very that correlates very well with activity of SARS-CoV-2. So that again showed increase, a peak that said there was considerable circulation in December, second half of December, but not really much before that. And the third element was a very extensive review of patients and patient records by teams, clinical teams from, I think it was 233 healthcare centers in Wuhan. And so they have, with their knowledge of now what COVID cases look like, have looked back in their records to see if they found evidence for earlier cases. So that is what has been done. So what all the studies then showed was there was a number of recorded cases in December with the first people that were mentioned just there by Professor Wang Yan. So that's how that was done. So we cannot, by that process, say there was absolutely no circulation and there were no cases before December, because that's not what you can do by this approach. But what we can say is there's no evidence for widespread circulation much earlier. So that's what the studies conclude.
我们开展了一系列的研究，主要是希望能看一看，一个是看12月份的已知病例的一些报告，还有呢，就是我们试图开展相关的研究，寻找更早的这些病例。那么为此呢，我们进行了系统性的分析，有这么几类的研究。第一呢，就是我们会看一些登记的患者的这个情况。主要是有发烧症状，或者是有呼吸道症状的一些患者的信息。那么会有证据表明呢，在12月份的时候有这个，比如说流感样病例是不是我们在寻找在12月份是不是有流感样病例的这个增加？那么在12月份之前呢，没有发现这样的迹象。还有第二个研究呢，第二方面的工作就是关注的是死亡率方面的研究，因为在其他国家有表明呢，新冠肺炎的爆发或者新冠疫情的传播是会跟死亡率的变化、死亡率的这个数据的变化是有关系的。但是我们比如说这个新冠疫情如果大规模爆发的话，可能死亡率就会出现一个峰值。这个我们是看到12月份的下半个月才会有一些死亡率的方面的变化。第三个呢，就是我们又进行了大量的回顾性的病例的这个筛查，或者回顾性的病例的这个研究。我记得是 233家医院的临床团队，是基于他们对于现在对新冠病毒的认识，重新去审阅了当时的病例的资料，看一看是不是有更早期的，是不是能够发现更早期的这个病例。那么我们也发现，就像刚才梁教授所讲到的，我们在12月份的时候是发现了多个报告的病例，但是在12月份我们现在不能断定说12月份之前就没有病例，或者是没有新冠病毒的传播，因为我们基于现在的证据没有办法下这个结论，但至少我们可以说，基于现在没有证据表明12月份之前是有病毒的广泛的传播，这个是没有相关证据的。
好，看看梁万年组长有什么补充意见
Professor Liang。
我就补充一点，其实在方法学上来看，我们这种研究实际上是3个最重要的方法，一个是回顾性，第二个是对原有的资料和信息的审核和综述，第3个用系统的观念试图把多个因素进行综合的分析，大概是这种3种方法。所以它既有现状的一种描述，也有一些上下左右前后的比较性的分析，所最终得出的这一个综合的结论和判断。谢谢。
Additional introduction of the methodologies that we have been adopting in this joint research. And actually in our joint research, it covers 3 kinds of methodology. First, we conduct ample and abundant retrospective study. And second, by reviewing the accumulated or existing information or material, we try to generate literature review and also to have some relevant analysis in a comprehensive manner of those existing material or information. The third kind of methodology is that we try to connect the dots by analyzing from a full-fledged manner different associated factors by pricing in as many factors as we can in a highly integrated and systematic manner. So in our research, our diversified and multi-pronged approaches or methodologies can allow us to have different kinds of comparative study and also to better draw inference from those kind of causal relationship analysis. So apart from those kind of or broad spectrum analysis, we also provide description of the current situation. So this kind of all-encompassing research methodologies can allow us to reach a more comprehensive conclusion portfolio.
好，我们的发布会已经开了2个半小时，时间关系呢，我们最后再问一个问题，请继续提问。
We are already having 2 and 5 hours together in this press conference. Due to the interest of time, last question, please.
好，我们请左侧区第5排第3位穿蓝色衣服的记者。
Thank you. I'm from the Wall Street Journal. I was wondering if you could talk a little more about the animals that were found alive or dead at the Huanan market. For example, I don't think it's ever been confirmed what exactly those animals were. And you mentioned that some are known to carry coronaviruses. Have you identified some that are therefore of greater interest to you as potential intermediate hosts? Have you identified ones that maybe were in the market earlier but had left by the time that inspectors arrived, by the time the market was closed? And in terms of the following the trail and trying to identify the traders and the farms and the sources of those animals, could you go into a bit more detail about how far you've got and what's the stumbling block, what needs to be done next? And then a quick follow-up on the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I just wondered, you mentioned that there were no coronaviruses in Wuhan that matched SARS-CoV-2, but did you ask for and obtain information, data, samples regarding any gain-of-function experiments that might have been done at the Wuhan Institute of Virology which might have been, working with one type of coronavirus and then enhancing it through sort of genetic manipulation. Thank you.
华尔街日报，我想问的问题是，能不能介绍一下在华南海鲜市场你们了解到的关于出售的华南海鲜市场出售的活体动物以及这个死体动物的情况，在那里究竟发现了什么样的动物？还有就是通过你们的发现，是不是能够找到一些相关的动物？你们觉得可能是中间宿主的？还有这个你们刚才也讲到了，会对于商户、对于上游的养殖场以及相关的供应链产品的源头进行追溯，这方面的工作究竟开展到什么样的程度？是不是已经拿到了相关的样本？计划在这方面接下来开展哪些工作？还有就是另一个问题是关于武汉病毒所的。您刚才讲到武汉病毒所开展的相关冠状病毒的研究是没有跟新冠病毒相似的。那有没有获得相关的一些信息、数据，或者看看他们的研究的一些具体的情况或者样本来这个，比如说确定他们是不是开展了一些功能增强型的一些研究？
好，我们请 Peter 先生。
Dr. Peter.
Thank you. I will let Marion start with the first part of the question. Thank you, Marion.
So the question about animals, I think first it is important to emphasize that the testing did not reveal any positives, but the full traceback that was done, very extensive traceback of all animals and other and products on the market, showed that there were some animal species that have been confirmed as susceptible, like rabbits, that or that could be suspected to be susceptible, like ferret badger, bamboo rats. So the way that is interpreted is to really say, well, if they were there then maybe there could have been similar animals earlier. So it is an entry point for a trace back investigation, because that's the step that we're now looking for. We have a deeper understanding of the early situation. Where would you go for a next step of these origin studies? The reason why that raised some interest is also that some of the traceback was in farms or in traders in regions that are known to harbor bats with the closest related viruses. So it is really seen as an entry point for a rationale for taking the next step of surveys in animals on farms. That's how we've looked at that.
由 Maria 教授来先回答这个问题。关于动物的问题，我们想强调的一点就是，我们在市场检测的这个动物的样本是没有阳性的。那么对于这个动物的大量追溯活动呢，要涉及到大量的这个动物我们会发现呢，在市场是有很多的这个动物出现，那么有一些的样本呢，有一些的物种呢，可能是对于新冠病毒是易感的，比如说竹鼠，比如说鼬獾，还有兔子等等。那么还有呢，就是可能有一些相似的动物在疫情爆发之前也在市场是有售卖的。那么这样的一个追溯工作或者是回溯工作，只是我们的一个切入点，希望能够了解早期或者更早的疫情爆发前到底是一个什么样的情况。还有呢，就是我们在追溯的过程当中，可能追踪到了相关的供应商，比如说某一个养殖场，或者是这个产品来自哪一个地区。有些地区可能是有些地区呢是位于有些地区呢可能在那里有蝙蝠的相关的病毒 但是我想说的是，这样的一个追溯活动只是我们理性研究的一个切入点，是帮助我们去发现更多的线索，来帮助我们下一步进一步的开展工作，更加的了解具体的情况。
And then I will take the second part of your question about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We went there, and we have also received the visits of some of the staff here, and they have participated in further discussions and work with us. So we've had over the weeks quite a substantial interaction with the staff there. And during the visit, we first had the visit of the place, the institute, the different laboratories, and then a very long, frank, open discussion with the management and the staff of the institute. First, they gave us a description, very detailed description of their research, both present and past, all the projects involving their studies with bats and coronaviruses and so on, and also some of the more advanced projects. And then we engaged in a discussion with them on the different lab-related hypotheses, because of course they have been on the front line of the discussion around these hypotheses for the past year, and it was very interesting to hear directly from them how their thinking was in terms of how can we explain this one, how can we dismiss this one, are we using the wrong arguments, are we using the wrong, providing the wrong evidence, or are we answering questions in the wrong way? So we had a very interesting discussion on their views on all these hypotheses and involving their lab, and we discussed how to improve that communication, how to provide the right arguments for in the future for better explaining their position, explaining their views, and of course they're the best one to be able to dismiss any of these claims and provide answers to all the questions that are out there around it. So we also feel that by, again, taking our detailed and rational approach, we will help to better clarify some of these claims around specific studies, gain of function, working with samples directly from bats, etc. And you will also have in the report the minutes of our different visits and meetings with different individuals, and this one will, of course, also be in the report. Thank you.
我来回答你的后半部分的问题，关于武汉病毒所的，我们去了武汉病毒所，而且呢也跟他们的工作人员进行了非常深入的交流。我们去武汉病毒所呢，首先是参观了他们的实验室，然后呢是跟他们的管理层以及员工进行了很长时间的非常坦诚的开放式的讨论。首先呢，请他们给我们介绍了过去以及现在开展的相关工作，以及他们在蝙蝠冠状病毒方面的研究项目，还有其他的一些先进的研究项目。然后呢，我们又跟他们探讨了相关的这个假说的问题，让他们直接问他们对于这些假说有什么样的看法，予以解释或者是反驳，并且给我们提供相关的他们的这个证据，为什么会觉得赞同或者是反对各种假说。我们是通过这样的机会听到了他们的一些看法，而后呢，我们又讨论了怎么样能够进一步的更好的加强沟通，能够更好的来解释，或者是更好的来表达他们的这些观点。就像我之前说的一样，我们整个过程是采取的细致的理性的方式，希望能够来搞清楚来搞清楚相关的这个事实，而不是这个只是指责他们，比如说开展相关的一些 功能增强性的研究，或者是就他们指责他们在进行蝙蝠采样就是采了大量蝙蝠的样本进行相关的研究。关于我们走访武汉病毒所的这个纪要，以及我们其他的相关的讨论纪要，也会在报告整个也会随着这个整个的报告呢，会给大家公布。
好，请梁万年组长做补充。
Professor Liang，
我补充几个数据，关于这个动物的这个问题。我们这次研究呢，也专门是对2019年到2020年间全国31个省份的畜禽类的血清样本，这些样本呢，包括猪、牛、羊、鸡、鸭、鹅等共计11000多份进行了新冠病毒的抗体检测，结果是阴性的。同时呢，我们又对12000多份的动物组织和饲子样本进行新冠病毒的核酸检测，结果也是阴性的。那么第三一点呢，我们对19年到20年间我国24个省份的26800多份来自于不同动物的样本进行这个核酸检测，结果也是阴性的。先翻译一下。
I would like to cite a few numbers of figures for the joint research related to animals. First and foremost, we have conducted testing of the samples numbering 11,000 from different kinds of the animals like pig, cow, goat, chicken, duck, and goose in terms of the serum sample testing as a kind of testing sampling from the livestock and poultry from 31 provinces in China from 2019 to 2020. And the testing results of those 11,000 samples of SARS-CoV-2 were all negative. We have also done the testing related to the 12,000 swab samples from different kinds of animals in terms of PCR testing. The testing results were all negative as well. And also from 2019 to 2020, we have conducted PCR testing for 26,800 samples generated from different kinds of animals that are distributed in 24 provinces in China. Again, the PCR testing results were all negative.
那么同时呢，我们在对野生动物这方面的检测方面，我们对2019年11月份至2020年的3月份，那么在收集了35个品种动物，就是野生动物1914个血清样本进行抗体检测，结果是阴性的。那么之后，我们对疫情前后在华南海鲜市场、武汉市、湖北省及湖北省周边省份和其他相关区域内采集了近300个物种、5万余份的野生动物样本进行核酸检测，结果也是阴性的。
Meanwhile, as regards for the testing of the samples from the wild animal, during the sample that were collected in the period from November 2019 to March of 2020, we have conducted testing of 1,914 serum samples from 35 different species of wild animals. The testing results of this antibody testing from the serological study were all negative. And also before and after the COVID-19 outbreak, we have increased our sampling sizes from Huanan Seafood Market, and also within Wuhan Municipality and other cities in Hubei Province, and also the neighboring provinces of Hubei. We have collected 50,000 samples of the wild animals covering 300 different species. With the PCR testing of those more than 50,000 samples, the testing results were again negative.
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。刚才皮特先生表示，他愿意再回答各位记者的提出一个问题，请继续举手提问。
Dr. Peter expressed that he would like to take one more question.
好，我们请右侧区第2排第4位女记者。
Thank you. I'm from Agence France Presse, AFP. I'd like to ask, so the Chinese government and the Chinese media have highlighted various reports of virus cases in countries such as Italy and other places abroad that appeared in late 2019, with the implication that the virus originated from overseas. How likely do you think that this is? And do you think there's a possibility that they were passed on to these sort of seemingly unrelated places across the world from undetected asymptomatic or mild cases who travelled from Wuhan? And do you think that because there was obviously substantial spread in Wuhan at the time with several concurrent clusters in addition to Huanan market, as you mentioned?
Sorry, would you please repeat your question?
Sure. I'll go slower. So I'd like to ask, so the Chinese government and Chinese media have drawn attention to reports of several virus cases that appeared in other countries other than China, such as Italy, in late 2019, with the implication that the virus originated overseas. How likely do you think this is, especially given that there were several clusters in Wuhan in December 2019 at the same time? And do you think it's likely that maybe a mild or asymptomatic case traveled from Wuhan to these places in different places around the world, and that might have led to these clusters elsewhere?
中国政府呢是这个中国政府以及中国的相关媒体呢曾经暗示，2019年可能已经在这个病毒已经在海外存在，那么也就是暗示可能这个病毒的来源呢并不是在中国，而是从国外引入的。你觉得这样的一个假说或者这样的一个观点有多大的可能性？
请皮特先生。
Yes, so what we have done is look into that question also again in a systematic manner. So the focus here initially was on what exactly can we learn about the initial phase of the pandemic in Wuhan. And that showed that there is clearly circulation in December. But as part of that work, we also reviewed what is available in the literature and also in the databases about viruses possibly circulating elsewhere. And that has found a few publications that would suggest that, for instance, in Italy, there has been already circulation in December, maybe late November, but difficult to know because the methods for that were not confirmatory, so they did not provide full evidence for that circulation. But these parts of information is part of what we collected, reviewed, and included in our recommendations for the next step. So in the next step, what we say is we should really go and search for evidence for earlier circulation wherever that is indicated, and indications like this can come from that kind of literature. So this is therefore in our recommendations for follow-up. And maybe to then say, could that mean that the virus had traveled from Wuhan to elsewhere? Again, here we take a stepwise approach, but looking at what evidence is there, what evidence could be found, would it be possible to get genetic information and then see what that tells us?
我们还是采取系统性的方式来进行研究，关注了武汉的疫情。在12月初的时候，武汉是有这个病毒的传播的。此外呢，我们也是通过数据库以及文献的这个综述或者文献的搜索来查找是不是在其他地方还有传播。那么现在已经有出版的论文。表明呢，在意大利可能11月底到12月初就已经有了病毒的传播，但究竟是不是这样，是不是一个确定的这个事实或者是结论，这个还很难来说，因为我们不知道他用的具体的是什么方法，所以很难就确认这就是当时那个时候就有传播的这样的一个证据。我们会尽量的来收集相关的一些信息，以及进行文献的综述。这些呢，此外，当然了，相关的全球的这些工作呢，也是在我们的建议当中。就是在下一步，我们是需要尽力的发现更多的证据，来看一看是不是在更早的时间是已经在某一个地方，不管在哪儿，在某一个地方是有了病毒的这个传播。那么希望呢，这些呢都写在我们未来的对未来的这个建议当中。关于你讲到这个病毒是不是从武汉传到其他地方，我们也是要按步骤一步一步的去进行考察，收集相关的这个证据，最好是能获得一些基因的数据或者是基因的信息，再来判定。
Dr. Peter, any additional comments?
万年组长怎么说
So, Professor Wan Nian, over to you.
这个问题是特别好的，这也就是为什么我们这个溯源工作要在全球的视角下来做这项工作，需要全球的科学家来共同努力的一个重要原因。我想我们会朝这方面来努力的。谢谢。
This is a very good question, and also your question has explained by itself why do we need to take an international perspective in terms of the source tracing of SARS-CoV-2. That is also why we will need to have the joint endeavor from the international scientists to have this kind of research in a highly cohesive manner to identify the possible pathways and to identify the possible rationale behind. And that is also an orientation that both from the joint research team and also different scientists around the world will try to research in their future plans.
好 ，Peter 先生最后还有什么要说的
Any final comment from Dr. Peter?
Thank you. And thank you all for all your very pertinent and interesting questions. As you heard, many of them are exactly the same question we asked ourselves over the past few weeks. And just to let you know that we have answered some of your questions today, but the other members are not here, and they will be, of course, available for questions in the coming days, and we will also organize more media access in the coming days for you and your colleagues. As we go back home, we will also have opportunities back afterwards in a few days. As I said, you are only facing 3 of us here, but we have been, over the past 4 weeks and even before, virtually, worked closely with some 30 to 40 colleagues who were part of the joint team. And over the past few weeks, we have really had an intense and very productive work among that very special group. And I would like to thank them all individually for all their contribution and efforts. And beyond them, we were discussing that earlier today, probably more than 1,000 individuals have contributed over the past 4 weeks in providing us with data, helping us analyzing data, generating reports and finding and helping us getting information and processing them. And it's also here an opportunity for us to thank them all for that. So as you can hear, it's a huge group and amount of work that is behind the outcome of this mission and the robust and very numerous details that came out of this work. And to go back to the work itself, in my closing remark, I would like to point a detail that marked me because before embarking on this work, like probably many of you, I was thinking, how will it be to actually be on the ground and trying to find answers around the first cases, and who are they, and what information could they provide about the origin of the virus. And it was, in a way, fascinating to realize that it's not, these people are not holding very exciting clues. When we talked to one of the first cases who had onset of symptom in early December, when you talk to one of these cases, you immediately think, oh, they must have some very special habits, hiking in the mountains, having special wild pets at home. All these kind of ideas pops up, and then you realize that they're very much like all of us, no special particular history of interest, spending most of their days on the internet or doing the same activities and sports and jobs, office work type of jobs as many of us do. So it's also illustrating how complicated this work is, and therefore it's not that easy to come up with all the answers after a few weeks of studies. And therefore we have to understand that these are complex studies. They need to be done in a systematic way, and that's how we bit by bit can connect the dots and get all the information we need to move forward. And that's the approach we have taken. That's the approach we will continue to take in continuing this work together with our colleagues in China and in the international team. So again, thank you to my colleagues and thank you to my friend Wan Yan for
非常感谢大家刚才提出了很有意思的问题。实际上，大家提的这些问题，我们在几周前呢也在问我们也同样在问我们自己。那么，这个今天呢，有些人提出的问题，我们给予了回答。那么但是可能有些人还没有提出，没机会提问。我们的团队呢还有其他的成员，以后呢我们会尽量争取安排其他的机会，尽量解答大家的问题。那么这里面大家看到的是我们3个人坐在一块儿，但实际上过去的4周里面，甚至更长的时间以前，我们是一个大的团队，大概有30-40名科学家聚在一起，成为一个联合的团队，开展了富有成效的工作。所以也非常感谢我们的团队联合研究的团队成员，在这个过程当中为我们的工作所做出的贡献。此外，在过去的4周里面，还有上千的工作人员帮我们收集数据、分析数据。收集相关的报告，帮助我们提供各种信息。在此呢，我也想借这个机会对他们表示感谢。除了这些之外，我们其实这一次的调查，这一次的研究呢，也有很大的一个团队在背后支持着我们，在幕后做着非常细致周到的工作，也感谢他们。那么现在我回到我们工作的本身，我们都是希望，其实我们跟大家一样，都是在想，来之前都在想，我们怎么样能够找到这些问题的答案，怎么样能够发现最早的病例，这些病例都是谁，我们会获得什么样的信息。我们是希望比如说我们在访谈的过程当中，是跟 最早期的一个病例，就是12月初发病的一个病例，进行了交谈。我们当时想的是，这个人肯定是有什么特殊的爱好，比如说去郊外爬山呀等等。但是跟他交谈之后，我们发现这个人其实跟我们一样普普通通，没有什么特殊的爱好，平时也就是上网，然后他的活动啊，他喜欢的一些他的爱好，他喜欢的运动啊，都跟我们没有什么差别，平时也就是上班。所以这一点实际上是提示我们，溯源工作是一个非常复杂的工作，并不是那么容易就可以找到所有问题的答案。因此我们要采取系统性的方式，一点一点地收集各类的信息和证据，那么持续地把这个工作做下去。这就是之前我们一直以来我们采取的研究方法，未来我们也会继续采取这样的研究方法，和中国的同事以及全球的同事进行合作，尽早的能够推进我们的研究。谢谢。
好，谢谢。再次的谢谢3位专家。最后我也想说，新冠肺炎疫情深刻地影响着人类的发展进程，但各国人民对美好生活的向往和追求没有变。正如谭德赛总干事说，隧道尽头有光，只要我们携手同行，终会胜利。中国的农历牛年春节马上就要到了，在这里也祝福大家新春吉祥，身体健康。
I would like to express my appreciation to the 3 experts on the podium with us. COVID-19 global pandemic has been exerting unprecedented and profound impact to the whole human society and the future progress of the development of the global community. However, people from different countries never change their pursuit for the betterment of their life. As it was mentioned by Director General Dr. Tedros of WHO, there will always be the light at the end of the tunnel. As long as we unite as one, we will achieve the ultimate victory. Chinese New Year, the Year of Ox, is coming soon. Here, I would like to wish all of you Happy Chinese New Year, good health, and all the best.
发布会到此结束，谢谢大家。
That's the end of the press conference. Thank you.